What's up, Cleveland? John C. Crappy Man, how you doing, guys? Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Turner, did you go live last night? Did I miss it? Was I there? I did miss it? Figures. Of course I missed it. Hey Rick, how you doing? You think? Wait, you think I missed it? Or you think I was there? You think it was an epic night? I really don't know. My days kind of blend together anymore. And I can't remember. Can't remember anything. What I do know is I didn't get my damn cherry wood today because I had to work at the day job. And the lumber store closed at noon and I couldn't get out ahead of time. All of the above. Cleaning the office. Nice, nice. A little bit of cleaning is always needed. What's up, Robert? How you doing? Thanks for popping in. I'm just putting some plastic tablecloth stuff, like for picnic tables. It's one of this. I get this from Sam's Club, right? It's like 40 inches by 300 feet of plastic tablecloth for like picnic tables. Makes an excellent drop cloth. Need help with work? You grabbed the wrong monster? Wait. Hey, Michael. Hey, Michael, tell Max I said hi. I seen she was live, but... Grabbed the wrong monster kit? Oh, God. Need help with work? Need help doing work? No. Well, Michael, tell her I said hi. And I appreciate her. I don't remember where I was going with that. So, I'm just, it's stupid windy outside, so I can't turn on my diesel heater. I think it's starving it of air because it's blowing this way, and I think it's creating a vacuum right there. But I got my propane heater. Yeah. Here, if I need to turn the heat on. My little torpedo heater. I use it sparingly because it's loud. But what's everybody's weekend looking like? We had snow again this morning, so awesome. I mean, it didn't do anything, but it was here, and it didn't need to be here. case anybody's wondering, I'm just stretching this plastic out so that I can use it as a drop cloth. That's good enough. So what we're going to do today, because I couldn't make it to the lumber yard, is I got this table here. It's just a chintzy little 2x construction lumber material or table that I was building. That's what we're going to build today. We're going to put it together. Of course, Michael. Of course. Yeah, we've got a lot of wind right now. Hey, Randy, how you doing, bud? So I apologize in advance if I need to kick the heater on, but it's like 34 degrees outside. So this thing says it's 23 degrees Celsius in here now since I turned the heater off. We'll see if that holds. All right, let's see if I remember how to build this. Oh, I never did my sanding, but I kind of don't care. So these go on the bottom. These go on the bottom. These are the, I believe these are the legs. So I want 2 of these. So we're going to assemble this and then I'm going to worry about doing sanding. I'm going to assemble the front and the back, and then worry about sanding. I'll just sand as a unit, you know, knock off bits and pieces. All right, I think that's the way I have this. Why do I have these? What are these? It's been so long, I can't remember what all these pieces were for. I think these are front to back pieces. All right. Because, if I'm not mistaken, and I probably am, why would I do it? 14, 5 1. Give me 1 second, guys. 3, 6. 18 and a half. Four by 21. There's 21. So that'll be 3, 6. Why do I have that at 14? I have this set that way? 18, 16, 17, 15, 14. All right. I think I figured it out now. I had to set it in this way. All right. Let's look at chat real quick here. $82 in your shop? Good Lord. What's up, Coffee? How you doing, buddy? $70 there? I wish it was 70. Lucky duck. He's 19 in live scopes. All right. So now that I believe I have this figured out, I'm gonna build 2 of these, make sure they're square, and then I'll deal with sanding them up. But as you can see, this is just construction lumber. I just squared it off. Ran it. Looks like I ran it through the planer. So it's nothing special. Nothing crazy. But I do need to mark where I want my shelf to start. This was a video that I was making a long time ago. And I think 2 inches a bit much. And then I kind of lost interest. And I got sidetracked with other stuff. But now I got this stuff laying around my shop and I want it kind of gone. There. And I want to see, so I'm going to either paint or stain the frame black and stain the shelf and the top, probably a mahogany color. I want to see what it looks like on something like this. It's just going to be a little stupid end table. It's not going to be anything important. Nobody wants to buy it. I'm not making it for anybody. It's just a me thing. Whenever I see Matthew, I got to remember to tell him that my. So I waited like a week and a half to get those stupid foam things, right? That you pop the bag and then it expands. And I got it, and all but one bag were popped. So, like, they were all expanded in the box. What's up, Dade? How you doing, bud? That gauges looks like an F. Caliper. I don't think I have one here right now. But it's got like looks kind of like this, but there's another piece on the top. Yeah, it doesn't have all this stuff. I can't complain, dude. Can't complain. Well, Coffee, I doubt anybody's going to want to buy this table. I mean, I'm not even really putting much effort into it, but I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah, also, by the way, I've seen the short on Facebook of you fishing with the purple or with the pickle jig that you made. That was kind of cool. I just came across you while I was scrolling. Yeah, that'd be a caliper. You can get them from Harbor Freight for pretty cheap. Usually, I think they're under $20. I think you can get a digital one, or you can get one with a mechanical dial. I use the digitals myself because I'm lazy and I don't like to count. I like to just go, this is the size that it is. Where is all my stuff? So I need you know what? I've got a box of screws around here somewhere. Not those. Where did I put them? Not those. They're not in there. What did I do with them? Big old box of screws. Oh, duh. Right here in front of my face. Those are not what I was thinking they were, but that's all right. Okay. I'm still here, guys. I don't know if you can see me. I'm over here grabbing up tools. Take these, this. I have another box of these screws. Let's use these ones. That makes more sense. We don't need the exterior ones. Some wood glue, because why not? I'm gonna count my other square. So I want to go up probably there. So this should put me here. Yep. That'll put me right about the center. Pencil. All right. So that. Okay. And then this one, I just want to come down to about there. And there. Also, good for you, Coffee. I'm glad that you're doing. I'm glad you're filling orders, man. That's awesome. All right, now what I need a couple clamps. You know what? I bet that I can do what I want with this. I bet that would do exactly what I want it to do, and that's just to hold it together instead of using a big F clamp. Yeah, I think that'll work out great, and it'll keep it out of my way. And they're only going to be for a moment while I put in the screws. I should have probably thought that through a little bit, huh? Okay, I'll put these on the top. That way everything can sit flush on the floor or on the tabletop. Get those things set over there for now. Get these ones squared up where they need to be. I'll do my gluing. Squeeze them together. That's the wrong one. There. That got to look great. I need a paper towel. Sorry guys, I haven't even paid attention to the chat here. Yeah. This one of those how to make 250 off a 1 2x4? Almost. I believe this was a 2x8. And I think it was 2 8-foot 2x8s. You're a Neanderthal compared to me. Well, I appreciate that. Much of a chimpanzee woodworker most of us are. Listen, I ain't no better than any of you guys. No, nothing. There's nothing that I do that everybody in the chat right now can't do. In fact, quite often, I don't even know what I'm doing. I just do things and see how it turns out. Come on. Roll. I didn't wipe off my bottle tip before it dried. There we go. Yeah, Mark, but the pliers are in the toolbox over there, and the pocket knife is in my pocket. Michael, that's funny. Turner's table looked like a work of art. That table hasn't fallen down yet, so. And it's supporting a boatload of weight, I would imagine, because it's a flat surface and it's in Turner's shop, so. It's got to have a bunch of stuff on it. Like every flat surface in here. If it's flat, that means that there's room for stuff to sit on it. In fact, quite often, even if it's not flat, things can still sit on it. I don't know that this glue is actually going to do anything on these. It'll probably do a little bit, but these are going to be simple butt joints with a screw in it. So I'll have glue holding it, maybe. End grain glue is not strong at all. But I'll also have 2 mechanical fasteners in there. But all I did for this was I ripped down the pieces to, I tell you what, I'll give you exact measurements here in a minute. Let me get this glued and clamped, and I'll give you guys exact measurements for what I did here. It's not anything complicated. I pretty much just took any one of the 300,000 farmhouse rustic table designs and dropped the X cross member out of it. And here we are. But it'll serve its purpose. I want a little table, and I want to see my coloring on a real life project. Not on a sample board. Probably too close. Move that up here. So here, all I'm using these clamps for is to hold these pieces together, keep alignment, so that I can put my screws in and not have to worry about anything moving, shifting. Oh God! Should probably loosen that one up a little bit. Apparently, I don't have to worry about it shifting at all. There we go. Clean the glue off of that. Lining up. So that's all I was doing, just clamping that up so I don't have to worry about this stuff moving around. Well, I put screws in. Man, I forgot how annoying it is to screw in or to run through time. Sappy ass wood. Worry about cleaning up the glue squeeze out here in a minute. That's on the wrong side, of course. So we're going to go just remembered that I never did go and buy new pre-drilled with countersink bits. Been to the store a million times. And if I did buy them, I don't know where they are. Been to the store a million times. Don't have any. To be fair, it's entirely possible that I did buy them, and I just don't know what I did with them. That is 100% an option, always. So I'm not overly concerned with really cleaning up the glue because I'm going to be painting it, so the glue's not going to really affect the paint at all. I just don't want any globs of it. So I'm wiping it as opposed to waiting for it to sort of set and then scraping it off, because I don't want to forget about it and then have to chisel it out. All right. There's one side. Okay, so I put a little dado in here because I want my shelf to sit there, and then it's going to sit proud. Yeah. No, I don't want it to sit proud. Son of a bitch. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I think that I was supposed to mill that shelf, those pieces down for the shelf, and I didn't do it. But it is what it is. Worst case, I got some barnwood over there. I got some barnwood up there on the wood rack. I can always use that stuff. I'll just have to do a little bit extra. Actually, you know what? Using some barnwood wouldn't look half bad. Just leave it as it sits. Don't finish it. Don't do anything to it. Maybe sand it if it needs sanded, but freaking glue all over my fingers. I got 150 gloves or so over here. 200 gloves. Yeah, 100 pairs, so 200 gloves sitting there in that box. Still don't wear them. All right, let me look at the chat real quick, see what you guys are talking about. Hey, Matthew, how you doing? Matthew, I haven't shipped your box out yet. I apologize. My little foam things were all popped, except for one, and I needed 4. I can't remember. What's up, Move with Purpose? How you doing, man? I had to have glue. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Hey, Michael. If it stands, holds things, and it's solid, that's all a shelf needs to be. Glob. I don't want to copy anyone. I'd say we could say something like add a squirt, but I don't know that that's with the mentality of some of the people in our little group here. I don't know if we should do that. A lot of us are 12 years old at heart. All right, so what sizes did I make this? I made the legs 20.5 inches tall, and each of these pieces are 18 inches long, right? And they are 1.5 inches thick by 3 inches wide. Okay, so it's literally, you could take a 2x4, rip the roundovers off of it, and there you go. All right, so it's nothing complicated, I promise. And as you can see, I didn't even sand it, because there's the print from the lumber. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not even sure if I'm going to fill the screw holes, because it's not going to go anywhere. It's just going to be mine. So, I don't know. We'll see. I might not. All right, let's make another one. Unless I'm doing this ass backwards, and then the plan will adapt. I may just have more firewood. All right, let's pick the good side to put out, because I'll hit that, or the good side to put in, because I'll hit the other side with some sandpaper. Alright, that's going to go there. This one's going to go here. this one. And because this is the inside, we can do something like this. Put a little... I mean, I'm not smearing glue all over the place. All right. I never did get another paper towel. So, I think under Tuesday, I think the lumberyard's closed on Monday. And probably Tuesday, either Tuesday or Saturday, I'll go to the lumberyard and I'll pick up my cherry lumber. I mean, I fucking hope that's the lumber that they called me about, because I don't remember placing another order. And that cherry lumber is for Alan's thing. And because, I mean, I'd really like to get started on that project. If not, I'll start doing some stuff with the stuff they got back there. And we'll just improvise, adapt, and overcome. Now, you know that this isn't going to be a production piece for me, because I didn't round over any corners. So I wouldn't send something out to someone without rounding over corners, just because sharp corners are prone to splintering and damage. A rounded corner feels better, looks more finished, more refined, and it's not sharp. It's not gonna get you. You won't get a splinter from it as easy. You can still get a splinter from it, but not near as easy as you would expect. All right. Put these little clamps on here again. There we go. Close enough for government work. Also, Mark, you're not wrong. I need to make a shirt that says "Will work for brownies," because I do like brownies. All right, was that Mark or was that Michael? Can't remember anymore. Man, I was kind of hoping that stuff would just push out, but apparently not. Screws in that one? Yep. All right, let's whip up some glue. I'm not even going to do a pretty sand job on this. It's going to be just a quick sand job. Because I'm no longer building it for a video to post on the channel. It doesn't have to look pretty. And I'm not sure that it was ever going to look pretty in the first place. It's just construction lumber. I mean, you can make construction lumber look pretty, but I didn't on this one. I didn't take the time to do it. Or I would have chosen pieces that didn't have like this big knot right here, this knot right here. I would have ran them through the joint, the planer, taken care of all four corners or all four sides. And then I probably would have done some roundovers or something on them. But, oh. All right. Let me look at chat. I got a drink here somewhere. Hey, Ricker, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Just building this stupid little table. He adds the sticky. Just got a shundo. I have no idea what that is. Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad that I'm in the shorts feed, I guess. We're just doing one of them, you know, them 700,000 different videos on building an end table, farmhouse rustic end table out of construction lumber. I'm just doing it because I want to see. Originally, I was doing it as a video, and then I lost interest at some point. But now I just want to see what my color combo idea will look like on a full-scale piece, not just on a sample board. Because sometimes you need to see it full size to get the full appreciation for it, or dislike of it. There's been many times that I've finished a product or a project and I didn't like the way it looked because it didn't look like the samples. So now, if I'm not mistaken, when I cut these will go here. I'm not sure that I thought about how I was going to attach them, because screwing through a 3-inch wide board is a lot. But I've got a doweling jig, so I can punch some dowels in, clamp it, screw it together, and be done with it. Or clamp it and be done with it. Then I can work on the top. Oh, supposed to go that way. All right. Why would I make that? Oh, I see what I did. All right. So that is supposed to come up flush, and then this is going to hide the side view. All right, I understand what I was doing now. Or I could do it the other way. I could make it flush from the top and just leave a gap in the bottom. Either way, so what I need to do is I need to punch some dowel holes in these. Punch 8 dowel holes in these, 4 in each one, because I'm just going to put 1 dowel in each end, put it in there, clamp it and glue it, and be done with it. And then, or glue it, clamp it, be done with it. And then we'll move on. Oh, I was going to check that these were square, but I really don't care that much anymore. Here's my doweling jig. Here's a little chintzy one. This one will work. Got my bigger one down there, but I don't think I need it for this. This is just a cheap little one I got from, oh, I don't know, Lowe's, Home Depot, something like that. Right? It's literally this. 3 different guides and that. Doesn't get much simpler. Hey Santorian, how you doing, bud? Appreciate you popping in. Yeah. Yeah. I think it came from Lowe's, if I'm not mistaken. Dan fakes it till he makes it. Oh yeah. Make a 1/16 all stream. Pocket holder dowels. You know what? I could do pocket holes. I could. Pocket holes would probably be quicker. Or I could do a dowel and throw a pocket hole in it. Shiny 100 on Pokemon Go. Nice. Santorian, I'm just building one of those goofy little rustic farmhouse end tables that you see every woodworking channel ever has posted. We build it out of construction lumber. I was going to do a video and then I lost interest. Now I've got the pieces cut and stuff, so I want to see how my finish combo works out. So what better way to see how it works out than to put it on a full-size piece? The only problem with this is I don't know I'm not going to be able to put this one on the end here. Because it's just a box. And I can't go that way because it's too wide. Well, shit. Oh, I know what I can do. I'll make a block. So then I should be able to get them all in the same spot all the time. I really don't want to dig my big one out. It's overkill for this. Or I could just put a pocket hole in it. The odds of it getting kicked around for a long time are pretty slim. I don't even have a pocket hole jig out here. Huh. I got this little guy. I haven't used pocket holes in so long. Oh, I don't have any pocket hole screws out here. I have to run in the house to get those. We're going to build a block. Look at that. That's a solid 90. Dun, dun, dun. And I got rid of all my scrap pieces, so. Here we go. Boom, boom. This will be great. Those are probably a little overkill. That's not even the right bit, but whatever. It works. Dun dun dun! Oh, that side's not square. Now, whatever. I just needed to reference that corner. One of my up and downs isn't square. See? But it doesn't matter. I just needed to reference the back corner anyway. All right, so if I mark there, there, able to fuck that bit up. I need to use a shorter screw. Of course, they're Phillips. Why wouldn't they be? All right. Man, tore that bed all to hell. Well, nuts. She cuts again. Not well, but she cuts. Yeah, we'll get the job done here. All right, what I need to do, drill some dowel holes. Is it ideal? Fuck no. Will it work? I don't know. Maybe. When in doubt, brute force it out. daggone screw. Alright, quit wiggling around. Alright. If my calculations are correct, which they probably aren't, I'm going to run right into that screw. Fuck. No, I'm not. I just want to go deep. Mark that. Mark that one. This no longer applies down here. That should be plenty deep enough. That should be plenty deep enough. That's not even in the right position. Whatever. Yeah. Balls. Well. Alright. I'm going to do something I shouldn't do. But we're going to send it anyway. We're going to use this. Throw that in the trash. Oh, no, not convenient. Yeah. We're going to do something that I shouldn't do, and we're going to use pocket holes wrong. I'm not going to use pocket hole screws because I don't think I have long enough ones to do it. But what we're going to do is send it anyway. I have no idea this is going to work. I didn't think any of this through. So we're going to find out together. You tell I don't use pocket holes very often. I literally just have this little jig out here. There, do that. Worst case, I get to cut some more 2x4 pieces. And I'm not worried about those holes in there. They'll get covered up. I'll look here at chat in a second. But I am going to use regular screws in this, which is not what a pocket hole is designed for. Pocket hole is designed for a flathead screw. But I don't think that it's going to matter. Now, so a regular screw has a coned head, so it'll push into the wood. A pocket hole screw has a flat head, like you put it on a washer on the bottom of it. That way it sits and pushes the wood against. Like I said, this isn't going anywhere but here, and then it'll probably end up in the burn pit at some point. So I'm not overly concerned about it. Is this the way you should do it? Hell no. Absolutely not. You should have done any of this. You shouldn't have done any of this at all in the way that I did it, but here we are. We're going to call this episode, Dan doesn't know what he's doing, so we're going to fake it till we make it. All right, I don't need this shit no more. I just hope that I can get in there. Oh, do I have a long bit? Pardon me. Dun, dun, dun. I bet that'll make it fit. I'll leave marks, but it's fine. I don't rightly care. don't have any square head bits or any square head screws out here. And I don't have any long bits out here. So I'm just going to do what we do. We're going to clamp this crap together. And send it. Alright, so what I'll do is this. That way my pocket holes on the top are hidden. Or should I do it that way? Nah, I kind of want to do it. Kind of want to do it that way. All right. Yeah, no, I want this on the top. All right. Alrighty. Alright, so that's how wide it needs to be. And I should be able to just put one clamp in the top and one clamp in the bottom. And I should be able to pinch it tight. And have all four pieces in. Alright, let me look at chat, see how much you guys are laughing at me here. Santorian, that's some screws and glue. I've got my shop vac back here, and I got a little dust collector thing that I made here, but I'm gonna put in my dust collection here shortly. Hi, Cat's Piece. Oh, Ricker hasn't done an end table? Holy cow. Never laugh at me. Don't lie. I laugh at me. This is what happens when I don't think things through. I just do. And then I do it again. Story of your life, coffee? Yeah. Alright. Alright, so I should be able to clamp it, glue it, clamp it, and move on. It's going to be a little difficult how I have this set up. I should... Why don't I do this? Make life easier on myself. Do that. Then I can clamp the top piece on, and then I can fight with the bottom ones. But at least I'll have 2 of them that'll be properly done. We'll figure it out. All right, smudge some glue on here. Santorian, if you're still in here, I did not start this today. I started this months ago. I did the cutting and stuff, but I didn't start any assembly until today. But yes, Ricker, if you're still here, I do agree. Doing things that other people aren't is probably one of the better ways to do things. However, it doesn't seem like YouTube works that way. Seems that YouTube goes, hey, that video did good for that guy. Here's 743 different versions of it. But to be fair, I think most people, I think most YouTubers anyway, are doing it for a career. And trying to make money off of it. So they make videos out of whatever gets clicks and views. Which I can't fault them for. Fucking nailed it. Look at me using my big brain. Whoop. Big brain time. Alright, so I want these pocket holes to be coming up from the bottom, and I want these to sit right here. Well, I might as well put that on the outside so I can sand it off. I'm gonna have to go outside here in a second to see what the hell that was. See if it was my neighbors or my trash can disappearing. And now we'll do this. Yeah. Oop. Bar. Back. Alright, let's get one corner anchored in and then we'll play with the other three. Okay. Much better. Hopefully it stays square. Come on. If it doesn't stay square, I'll beat it off the floor until it is square. Oh, you guys are... You're not even looking at what I'm doing here. I'm sorry. Sent me a photo of a baby pickle. Isn't that what being a carpenter is all about? Yeah, very much. All right, I'll have to check it out then. Coffee. Let me get this monstrosity turned around and whatnot. Whoa, man, that's a bit twisted. All right. Get a screw in there, and I'll play with the other corners. Really? All right. Got that one in. Where? There it is. All right, that was a demonstration on how not to use pocket holes. But, right, wrong, or indifferent, we have completed a box that's only slightly unlevel. There we go. It's only a slight piece of shit, but it's mine, and I don't care. All right, one box. Frame thing. He doesn't really know. Hey, Steve, how you doing, buddy? What am I building? A table. Those won't fit in there. With a shelf. I'll have to cut new shelf pieces. Obviously, I have to clean the table up first. Now, I am really good, or good. I'm really glad that I didn't do this as a video, because I would have spent a whole bunch of time doing it just to not do it. Because everything here has been just a mistake. But I'm going to go look and see if my trash can meandered down the road. You guys can see if you can count how many unfinished projects you can find in the background. I'm going to turn the heater on for a minute while I'm out there. I think I'm going to mute the camera because it's a torpedo heater. I don't want you guys to be all crazy. $49.99. This could be yours. Yep, absolutely. Let me see. All right, I'm going to mute the mic. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to go track down my trash can or whatever else blew away. And I'm going to turn the heater on. So give me just like, I don't know, what, 2-3 minutes. Trades on fishing motors. Not for this piece of crap. Oh, hang on 1 second. All right. Sorry, so my trash cans are here, but my front gate was open. I don't remember opening it. Oh, it is what it is. All right. So now the idea is to give this thing a quick sand and prime it and paint it, and then clean the top, sand that, get it cut down to the right size, and stain it and make a shelf for down here. That's the idea. We'll see. But for the immediate moment, I'm going to let this glue dry a minute. So I'm going to clean up some junk. Have a little drink. Grab my paper towel. And just kind of meander around here for a moment. I get some garbage picked up. Stuff put back. And I built one thing. Everything goes crazy. Turn a shop into a pigsty. I don't know what I did with it. There it is. All right. Put these back for now. Oh. Bippity boppity boo. What's stopping me from closing my door? There. Alright. Now, typically for tabletops, you want to worry about wood movement. So you don't want to attach things hard to this. You want to have, you know, a slotted opening, you know, for your screw to go through, or a figure 8 fastener, right? Something that allows for wood movement. Something this small, my wood movement is going to be minimal. So I'm not overly concerned about it. Plus, look at it. It's not that spectacular. I don't think it's going to matter. It's not like it's a fine piece of furniture, you know. It's at best a piece of shop furniture, which I'm not even sure what I would use it for out here. Maybe I'll be able to use it tomorrow when I'm sitting in my chair and I'm having a drink and I can have a coffee table next to me, or end table next to me. All right. Well, I think I got most everything cleaned up. That didn't take long. Oh, hell, I should see what my phone's at before it gets all... Hey, Wayne, how you doing, bud? 53%. Oh, you made a baby pickle. That's awesome, Coffee. Found your next fishing pole to wrap with your micro cord. Nice, nice. A $49.99 value. I'm gonna need Mark to be my advertiser. Although I've seen a lot of infomercials, you'd think I'd be able to advertise a lot better than I do. Alright. So, the idea is to give this a quick rough sand. Prime it. I'm not going to go to like 220 or anything crazy. I think I'm going to hit it with some 80 grit. I'll hit the vertical faces. I don't know if I'll really worry too much about the inside. I'll hit this shelf here and here, but I'll hit the outsides. And we'll see what happens. But it doesn't wobble. So bonus. Until I put it on the floor, and then it'll wobble like crazy. Oh, I'm sure I got some 80 grit here. There we go. Normally, I would hook up my vacuum cleaner to this to suck the dust out, but I'm going to not do that. And I'm going to put my mask on. All right. Beer's getting pretty luxurious. Thank you. Hey, Nokia. Just a little end table. Just a quick thing. Turner sits around and dreams of a beer like that. Whiskers older than Turner's face. He does have a baby face going on, doesn't he? I don't know if I'm gonna keep the beard for long. I may trim it off and go with the scruff here in a little while. Depends on how I feel when it gets hot. I'm not overly concerned about the dust. Just kind of knocking most of it off so that I can prime. I already know it's not going to look great, so I'm not really overly concerned with how the finish turns out. But I still want it to look halfway decent. I just don't feel like starting on the air compressor. So, knock most of it off. Yeah. Now that was just 80 grit, but it's pine and I'm going with a, so I don't think that it's really going to matter. We shall see though. I think what we're going to do is not do that. I think what we'll do is this. There. Like I said, I'm not worried about filling these screw holes. Excuse me. Normally I wouldn't have exposed hardware, but I've got pocket hole screws underneath here. Well, up here now and down here. I'm not overly concerned with it. It's not going anywhere, so. My paint jobs aren't as good as Runic's. Really, I'm only painting this so I don't have to look at how ugly it is now. Oh, I'm gonna have to grab another can here shortly. Like now. Close enough for government work for the moment. Should be a good enough primer coat. You like the gray? Yeah. Yeah, gray doesn't look too terrible. I'm going to be, that's just a primer though. I'm going to be painting it black, but I have some mahogany stain that I want to do on the pine top. I want to see how the black works with the mahogany. I want to see if it's too dark. Like, because when I do two sample pieces and put them next to each other, it looks good. But I don't know about this. You know what I mean? Like a full-size thing, then I can look at it for a little while and be like, yay or nay. That's ultimately the only reason I decided to build this, or I probably would have just thrown it in the scrap pile. But I have satin. I think I'm going to go with satin black. And the top, I will polyurethane with a high gloss. And see what it turns out looking like. Oh. Hang on, I'm not done primering. I got to spray up here for yet. Yeah. I probably don't need the primer, but would it fit a mini fridge on it? Probably. Do you want it, Steph? Let me build it first before you decide if you want it or not. If you do want it, don't tell anybody where you got it, because it's going to look like garbage. I'm actually really hoping that the paint saves it. Also, if you're gonna put it in the, if you're gonna put it, are you talking about in his dorm room? I mean, I guess it really wouldn't matter. I still won't fill the screw holes. Oh, when he comes, oh, in your house. Oh, okay. But anyway, I probably don't need the primer, but in my experience, painting pine is usually a terrible idea. There will always be some sort of bleed through. Sure, Steph. Let me look at it for a little while and determine if I like the color combo. And then you can have it. Just don't tell anybody where you got it. I don't want this kind of thing to have my name on it. This is not the kind of thing that I would send out into public. And I gotta flip it and spray the bottom, but maybe in the shed. You do whatever you want with it. Piece of shed furniture, that it is. It is definitely suitable for a shed. Looks like the 12-year-old up the street slapped it together. But it does look a lot better with paint on it, with color on it. It does look a whole lot better. I need to get my phone plugged in, so you guys are going to have just an awkward view. Alright, am I charging? Yeah, I'm charging. Okay. Now, I'm not going to paint the top because it's going to have a cover, a top on it, like an actual lid for top. So, painting the top is pointless. Now, once this dries for a few minutes, everywhere that I touched up, and in here, I will I'll spray it black, and then all right. And then we'll see how it looks black. All right, but I got to give it a few minutes to dry, so I suppose we can take the time to shoot the breeze for a minute. Then once it's painted black, I'll set it back in the corner and I'll work on the top. I will have to run inside to grab my stain, though, for the top. And then I'll work on the top, and I'll cut the shelf for the bottom. Like I say, I've got this rack right here, right where my finger is barnwood, and I think that's what I'll put on for the shelf on the bottom. I'll cut a couple slats, just set them in here. Maybe hit them with the nail gun to make sure they don't go anywhere, but I won't glue them fast or anything like that. They'll just kind of be free floating there. So, what's everybody's Saturday plans turning out to be? Since some of you guys have actual nice weather. Unlike here in northern Pennsylvania, where we get snow in March. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, it's cold and windy here too, Matthew. Well, Matthew, you're only across the border from me, aren't you? You're over in Ohio, right? Or are you in Indiana, Illinois? Excuse me. Ohio. All right. That's what I thought. So these two holes are off. They're not straight across. Neither are these two. I don't know what I did here. I think it's probably where I was eyeballing it, and I must have been looking at it crooked. Well, oh, there's a quick light coat with black. SWC, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Table vise calipers, cotter pins secured. Nice. 3 hours, 52 minutes from you. Nice. Just have to pack up watching Lily. Oh, hi, Lily. How you doing, Squirt? $50 in Ohio, Matthew? God bless it. I want to say it's like 36 maybe outside right now. Unless it's warmed up a little bit since I got home. Doesn't feel like it. There's the first light coat. Not looking terrible so far. I learned that if I do decent coats, I will get runs. So I just do light sprays. Just kind of filling in the spots as I go. But thus far, I guess it's not terrible. Although now that I see it, this is a lot of black to do with a dark mahogany. Like a dark red. That's a lot of black. That, I mean, that whole thing, the whole table would be a lot of dark. Unless the mahogany is going to come out decent. Because the wood that I have for the top was white pine, not yellow pine. This was yellow pine. So the top is very white. We'll see if it works out. Fingers crossed, I guess. And then the boards that are going down here are probably just going to be rough looking or rustic looking barnwood. I don't think I'm going to do anything to it. Playing the cherry counting game? Nice. So that fan that I have up there with a filter strapped to it does really good at cleaning the air in here. It doesn't get rid of the paint fumes at all, so don't like think that's going to be a thing. But it cleans it out. It's not like a haze hanging out in here. Same with sanding. The fridge is black. It'll blend in. Well, I mean, I'm not so worried about the black base. I'm talking about with the dark red top that I want to do on it. That I think, like looking at it on my small, 4 inch by 4 inch sample pieces, it looks good. But when you see it all together and you see how dark everything will be, I'm starting to think that a lighter top would look better with a black frame, or a white frame with a dark top. But that's very, I think the white frame with the darker tops is a little overdone. Pretty much everybody does that. Like every piece of farmhouse furniture you ever see is a white frame with, like an oak stained top. Kind of looks like a cat room for the baby kit. All right. I suppose. I don't know really what that is, but all right. If Willie says so, then that's what it is. I will defer to her expertise. You guys were in my way. I had to get to the fridge. So, what are y'all doing tomorrow? I know Steph is, I don't know, going to Michigan or some nonsense again. No, you're flying her out to somewhere this time, aren't you? You're going somewhere warmer, I hope. Working on your wipers? Yeah. One nice thing about the black is it definitely hides tool marks. Hides tool marks very well. Losing money at the casino. Broke them in the store. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you remember you were talking about the bushings or whatever. I've never rebuilt wiper motors or wiper transmissions. I've just thrown them in the trash and got new ones. Or thrown them in the scrap bin. I kind of want to turn the torpedo heater on, or not the torpedo heater, but the heater over there, but it is dumping fuel in there and not igniting it all, so I get a bunch of smoke. And I think it's because of the wind sucking the air out of that window. Bought the bushings and broke both of them. Oh, man. Hey, Mason, how you doing, bud? Oh, you're going to Fredericksburg, Virginia. All right. Hopefully it's warmer. This is going to need a little bit to dry. So while that's tacking up on the sides, I guess I'll spray the inside again. Because all I did was spray the outside a second time. hard poly bushing could break. I mean, I've broken worse, I guess. Well, I guess that'll be good enough. See when it dries if I have any primer showing through. Or areas that the wood soaked up the paint better than others. Just in case I have any gaps. Then you won't see the white of the top of the wood sticking through. I do still have to paint the bottom, at least a little bit, but I can move this and get started on the top. Give it a few minutes to set up. There you go, Michael. That's the right way to go. Go to the boneyard, rip a piece out. 63. Man, that'd be nice. It's supposed to be annoying cold here all week. You know what? I am going to try to turn this heater on. See what happens. me just a second, guys. I'm here. Well, so far so good. Yeah, I hope so, Steph. I'm gonna go pop outside here and look at this exhaust pipe, see if it's dumping smoke. All right. Seem to have a little bit of the all came off at the boat launch. Oh man, well, that stinks, man. Sorry to hear that. At least I can get some heat going in here. The wind has died down a little bit. It's not blowing as much white smoke out there. I'm pretty sure that's what the issue was. Man, it's making some heat. Alright. Let's see. Alright guys, so what do you want to do while we wait for this? There's only like 5 of you guys here, but you're wearing a badass hoodie and hat right now? Awesome, Alan. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Wonder if that hat has this logo on it. Same with the hoodie. Not this logo, but this logo. Maybe. We're just letting this dry up a little bit so that I can move it so I can work on the top. Because, you know, I didn't think things through, which has kind of been the theme of the day. Also, what's going on, Alan? How you doing, man? Appreciate you popping in. Oh, it's not going too bad. Did my last day at the day job. Well, at this day job. Did that this morning. Didn't want to screw the other guys over by not working my scheduled Saturday. So I'll be moving my toolbox on Monday to a different shop. And then hopefully the next time I move it, it'll be to, I don't know, put it somewhere else. And be doing not this particular thing, but this full time. Hey Janelle, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Do some mulching. Nice. Yeah, I really should mulch the leaves in my yard, but I just don't want to right now. Like, I mean, I really want to, but man, it's chilly. No, not yet. Not yet, but I'm hoping this will be a step towards it. It puts me in a shop closer to the house so that I can spend more time in here. It's got better hours that are more conducive to working in the wood shop. And the ability to taper down from a 5-day work week to a 4 and then to a 3. And so I could, taper it off, transition out. And it pays more than my current shop. Yeah. Yep. I'm hoping that this move will be the last move I have to make. I mean, I'm still be at a Chrysler dealer, but I'll have more flexibility. Hopefully, by the end of this year, I will be, if not full-time woodworking, I'm hoping for at least a 50-50 split. But, Alan, I was supposed to pick up your cherry lumber today, and I had to work. And the mill closes at noon, so I ended up being there until noon. So I didn't get to pick it up today. So I'm hoping that I can pick it up Tuesday if they're open, and get that project started. Thanks. I appreciate that. At least I'm pretty sure they were calling about the cherry that I ordered for your project, because I don't remember ordering, or the lumber, I guess, I ordered for your project, because I don't remember ordering any other lumber. Oh, you sold off. Wow. You got a really good offer, I'm guessing? Every other Friday off? Damn, that's nice. Well, congratulations, I think. Yeah, I can imagine it'd be a little bit of a transition. But on the bright side, now you don't have to worry about making the decisions, I guess, or the end game decisions. You're overpaid. No, that's fair. I think the drawback to that would be, like, if I were to, build up a woodworking business and then sell it to somebody and still work there, like, I think the drawback to it would be if they ran it into the ground, I would be there to watch it, and that would be painful. Something that I've built myself. Champagne problems. Yep, the world is not my problem. That's exactly it. I don't know, maybe that's a little bit of a pessimistic look at it, but I don't know that I could let go of a company that I built. Honestly. Like, let go of that decision-making power. You're only staying 5 years? Oh, then you're going to retire? Or you're going to go create a competing roofing company or whatever it is that you do. I can't remember offhand. This was the second one? Are you going to do a third? Sit at home for a week or two and then get bored and start a third one? Well, awesome, man. 5 years, you get to retire, and you got the grandkid on the way. Like, sounds like it's going to be a good time. That's probably what will happen. Yeah, Janelle, there's so I haven't watched any companies, any local small businesses, like, get bought out and then die off. Except for there's a local guy who will start a trash company, like a garbage company, build it up for a few years, and then get bought out by one of the bigger companies like Waste Management, and then they'll absorb them, and that company will just disappear, and then a little while later he'll start another garbage company, build it up, and then get bought out by a larger company, and he's been repeating that for a while now. Although I haven't seen any new ones pop up, so either he got a really good deal on his last one, or he finally decided he's done. Money I made off the sales being split between your two boys and your granddaughter? That's awesome, man. That is awesome. You setting up that college fund? Because Lord knows she'll probably need it with the way how much college stuff costs. You sold yours once and they still run it? Nice. Nice. At least they're running it properly. I mean, if the shop's still in business, they're doing a good job. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if I could let go of something that I built. I have a hard enough time building, like, pieces that I'm proud of and then giving them to somebody else, even for money. Like, I have a hard enough time doing that. I couldn't imagine giving away something that I built from the bottom up. I mean, it's a nice problem to have, don't get me wrong, because obviously you're making money. And then you no longer have to worry about that thing. Yeah, real grown-up problems. Yeah. Although in Alan's case here, it sounds like a grown-up happy day. That's awesome. I mean, congrats, man. And congrats on your 5-year retirement plan. Yeah, that's fair, Alan. That's fair. I mean, building a business isn't easy. Like, I think everyone in the family makes sacrifices. So, I get it. I understand. Yeah. Yeah, Janelle, when you're done, you'll know. It's time to move on. Retire. Live the dream. Yeah. Yeah, Wayne. Alan, I didn't get to see you much when I was growing up either. Well, at least you got every other Friday off. I mean, that's a nice thing. You got 5 years of income and every other Friday off. That's nice. And less stress on your end, I would imagine. So did you, if you don't mind me asking, and you don't have to answer, did you sell off to like a business partner or an outside company? Well, I'm wondering if this is dry enough that I can pick it up and move it and set it over there. Oh, that is nice. Hey, good for him. Good for him. Obviously, then you know that he's not gonna. You've been working with him for years, I would imagine. So, yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. Also, all of January off paid. I mean, that's that's a good time. Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, you it's not like you sold to somebody outside who didn't know anything. It's the guy that's been building the company with you. So, that's great. Yeah, Matthew, yeah. There's a lot of jobs out there that keeps people from away from the family. That's for sure. Some way more than others. All right, let me see if I can't move this and start working on the top. Well, I guess I could probably set it right here. Hmm. Tables wobble, but they don't fall down. Ah, great success. Now, since I did this whole thing ass backwards, you know, in true Dan fashion, now we're going to work on the top. Now, typically I would break out the flattening jig and stuff like that, you know, make sure it's nice and flat, but this particular instance I'm not overly concerned with that, so we're not gonna make that big of a mess. We're going to scrape it, sand it, and we may work on it more tomorrow. We may end up calling it there. I'll have to cut it down to size, route it because I need a soft edge on it, and then stain it. So give me a second to get things readjusted here. I think what we're gonna do for now, we're gonna clamp this to the table, and I'm gonna scrape it. So this, what I use to scrape my glue and stuff, is just a carbide scraper that I picked up from, might have been Harbor Freight even. So you've got a double-sided blade there. That's it. And you just scrape. Sometimes you got to clean off the blade, and the blade is stupid sharp. So watch yourself. And then all I do is just scrape, so you can see all the glue and stuff that's on here, right? Obviously this is too big to send through my planer. I'm going to scrape it. I'll show you the pencil trick to sand it, and you can get it fairly flat with the pencil trick. Okay, if you're doing it the right way, I guess. The smart way, the right way, whatever it may be. So all I'm trying to do is get the high spots of the glue off so that I have a relatively flat surface to work with. Because the glue will sand harder than the soft pine. So what you'll end up having is the glue will take longer to sand away than the pine will. So you'll get like a hump where the glue is. And what this does is anywhere that there's like here where this board is a little higher than this one, I can use this scraper to kind of trim that away. Now, if it was a lot higher, using the scraper would be detrimental, because then you'd have a hell of a divot, you know, because you're working 2 inches wide. But for this, it glued up fairly flat. Alright, so right here, this board is a little higher than this board, so I'm going to leave that. I got the glue knocked down. Scrape that glue off. This is actually the first look at these glue joints that I'm getting. So far, I'm not unhappy with them. Now, if there was gaps in the glue joints, then I would want to fill it. I'd want to fill those gaps in, but just to get an even finish. Huh. What is that? Huh. Now you want to be careful when you're using a scraper like this, because wood will tear with the grain. So I don't see any here that's going to do it, but if I'm ripping off the glue and it decides it's going to hold on to the wood, because the wood is weaker than the glue is, and peel away like a chunk of the grain, now I can end up with a bigger problem. But you know, where if I would have looked at it, I could have turned the board around and came, you know, the opposite direction. and then not torn that grain out. I said, you're just knocking the glue chunks off. Any glue that you got on the surface, the scraper will take it off. It can do minor repairs if there's a little bit. One board's a little bit taller than the other, you can kind of work it down a little bit. Oh, I forgot the oatmeal. I'll be over for the oatmeal stuff. Don't you worry. Right after I end this live, I'm coming over and getting my damn oatmeal. Oh, she found the strawberry ice cream. That's alright. That's alright. She deserves it. Yeah, Wayne, she's got this big ass box of oatmeal, and she's I don't know, she's not eating it or whatever. She won't eat it by the expiration date, and I was like, I will. The expiration date's in, like, I don't know, next month maybe, the end of this month. I'll eat it by then. Okay, so that was literally all I was doing with the scraper. Just knocking it down, getting it flat, knocking all the glue off. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sand it. And sand it, and sand it, and sand it. And I'm going to do it with 80 grit first because I got a lot to knock down. I can feel it. Right? There's a lot of, kind of does this. So I'll have to go with 80 grit first. Oh, in May? It won't last till May. But before I do that, I have to inspect this side, determine which side is the side that I want to be my face, because the other side won't get sanded near as much. I used to, and I still do sometimes, but I used to sand every board to, you know, like all sides of this board. I would sand to 320 is what I used to sand to. Or 380, whatever it is. I think it's 320. And then I would assemble it. And, you know, you'd never see this side because this side is on the bottom. So now what I started doing is I pick the faces, right? If this is going to be my top, this side will get sanded to maybe 180, right? This side will get sanded all the way. Because there's no reason to sand everything to the highest grit. That's just wasted time. But this is also pine, so it's going to cut really fast. So Anyway, I'm gonna pick which side I want to be my face, because that's the side that I'm gonna work on the most. And I'll be honest, I kind of like this side. I don't know, I like them both. Both sides have this kind of knotty pine look going on, which is why I glued it up the way I glued it up. But I think this will be my face. So I'll mark that face. Mark that on the edge grain here. Right? So F and an arrow tells me this is my face. This side will get sanded down, but it won't get down as far as this side will. Alright, now, before I do that, I'm going to step outside for a second. I'll be right back. It smells like paint in here. Oh. Alright, I'm back. So, yeah, Steph, I'm not kidding. I'll come over and steal all of that oatmeal as soon as I'm done here. Alright, now, I'm not going to sand this all the way on live stream here, because sanding is really boring. But I'll show you guys the pencil trick so that you can get a flat surface, or at least flat-ish, right? It may not be perfect, but it will be better than not, all right? My board's warped. I'll try to account for that later on. But I'm not going to do all the sanding tonight on the live stream because I don't want to bore you guys to death. But let me get the mats put out on here. By the way, shelf liner with the holes in it, like this, comes in a roll. Works great for sanding because then it allows sawdust to kind of fall down into it. And piece is kind of stuck on here, right? I mean, if you want to, Steph, I guess. But I mean, I've got dinner in the fridge. But I probably won't be there for like another hour, hour and a half. Okay, so let me explain to you how the pencil trick works. Let me find a proper pencil. You don't want a sharp pencil because you don't want to dig into the grain. You don't want anything dropping down in the grain. So you want kind of a flat, wide, dull pencil, like a carpenter's pencil that doesn't have a sharp tip on it. You don't know what I do with my carpenter's pencil. Son of a biscuit. Do I have one in here? Alright, here, I got one in here. Alright. So, alright, carpenter's pencil, right? 1/2 inch by 1/4 inch. Okay? By the way, them pencil sharpeners that they make for these things are freaking terrible. Pocket knife works great. So does a razor knife. So, here's what I did. I took the 1/2 inch side, right, the wide side. I trimmed away the wood, so I exposed all that graphite. Okay, it's not pointy, it's not sharp. It's just a wide, flat base. Okay. Then you take that and you draw squiggly lines all over your project. You don't have to press hard, just light. Okay, squiggly lines. Then you take your sander with some fresh 80 grit paper. As soon as I find my Good. Sander. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to sand and you're going to move slow. Probably about 1 inch per second or two, right? Like you guys have seen me sand before. It's a slow, and then I overlap it, and then I overlap that one, and that one, right? So what you're trying to do is to get it in one pass. Will take off all of the markings that you just put on here. Now, I know that's not going to happen for this one, but what will happen is it will show me the spots that are low that the sandpaper couldn't get to. And then I'll mark it again, and I'll keep doing that until my entire board is cleaned off of pencil marks in one pass. What you don't want to do is you don't want to go, oh, I got some pencil mark here yet, but nowhere around. Let me sand that out, because now you just created a divot. All right? So, bear with me. I'm gonna turn the sander on. You guys are gonna hear it for a minute. See if I can't readjust this so you guys can actually see. I don't know if you guys can. I don't know if you guys can actually see that or not, but. Okay, now, so if you're looking at my board, what I can see here is, let me clean some of this. Now this is pine. It doesn't take near as long to sand as like a white oak or something like that, but what you can see here is I have pencil mark here and I have glue here. That's a lower spot than here. It's also lower than here and here. All right, and then I'm good. Here's some glue and pencil lines. Right, same here. Good, a little bit of pencil lines, darker pencil lines, some glue, more pencil lines. Then they taper off. Now the pencil lines switch to this side of this joint, and I've got some glue and pencil lines here, and then nothing. A nice smooth joint, and then some glue here with no pencil line, right? Probably because I missed it with the pencil. And then this is all clear. This joint's good here. We're good on this whole side of this board till we get here. Then I've got glue and pencil lines, but on this side I've got nothing. Here I have nothing. Here I've got glue and pencil lines, a significant dip, and glue, and then everything else is fine until this corner here. I've got a pencil line. I've got a pencil line that's surrounded by bare wood, like no pencil, which tells me that's a low spot. Now, what I'm doing is I'm going to go over this again with the pencil, and then I'm going to go over it with the sandpaper again. This time I'm going to go, whoo, almost flipped over. This time I'm going to go the opposite. I'm going to go 90 degrees to how I just did it. So I'm going to go front to back, right, where before I went left to right. So I'll go front to back, and then I'll see where I'm at. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to just sand this glue line, get this all good, because then I've got a high spot on both sides and a low spot for the glue line, and then the same here. My board will end up doing this, right? Don't want that. I want it to be flat to the touch. It doesn't have to be perfectly flat. I just don't want it to feel like it's not flat, right? If you rub your hand over it, you want it to feel smooth, okay? That's what I go for. Now, if you had something like a wide belt sander or a wide planer, you could just send it through and call it a day. But I don't have that, so we're using sandpaper. Now, Steph, I just want to come over and steal that oatmeal from you before you leave. That's about it. I won't disrupt you and the young one's dinner. I've got dinner in the fridge, so I'll be good. I appreciate it though. All right, so I take my pencil again. Right? I don't want to push too hard because I don't want to artificially drive the graphite into the grain. I just want a nice. I'm doing it a little harder, trying to get it to show up on camera. All right, so you guys can see all those lines on there? That's what I want to all go away. All right, I want all that to be gone across the entire board. So I'm going to run the sander one more time. We're going to see how much we got rid of and how much we have left. So before I do that, I need to empty this sander because it is full. It's visible? Good. So, now, I went right to left, left to right before. Now I'm going to go front to back, okay? Really should have put my mask on here. It is what it is. Alright, now, I don't know if you guys can see how much better this is now. I can tell you there's a little bit of a low spot here, but then all of this is good. Right? And then there's this little bit of a low spot. And then all of this is good. There's a small low spot here, which is based on how light the glue is. That's probably about half as much glue that was there before. And I still have some pencil lines up here. Right? I've even got one that comes up into this knot here. And then all of this is good. But I've got a little bit more glue and pencil line here. And then this is good. And then up here, I've got all of this is good. This bit in the corner is gone. So that's flat now. There's a little bit of glue residue here that I can see. But all of this has glue and pencil marks in it, particularly this area here. And then this is just a little bit, I can only see it because the light's catching it just right. There's a little bit of glue right here and right here. But other than that, everything else is great. Right? So I'm probably looking at 1 or 2 more times going over this. Now what I like to do is, so I find that when you take the sander and you go 90 degrees to it, it works it down more. And then, 90 this way, 90 this way, right? It works it down more. But I also find that sometimes the sander will follow that kind of, if it's an easy enough kind of wave, the sander will follow that and give you the impression that it's gone, but it's really not. So what I like to do is when I think it's done, I will then remark it and come at it from left to right in this case, right? Because my boards go left to right. My glue up lines go left to right. That way I can make sure that I'm not just being fooled by this kind of even, easy wave. And like I can tell you this side here, pretty well flat. I can feel this little bit here. This right here in the middle, there's a significant dip here and here. This is flat. Here, there's a little bit of a dip here. There's a little bit of a dip here. But other than that, it's fairly flat. I mean, this continues on to here. This one continues here. There's a little bit here. Like this is starting to feel really, really good considering that I started off looking like that. Which, noticeable roughness to it. Hippie, I'm having oatmeal for dinner. I mean, I will have oatmeal tonight. Don't get me wrong. But I've got some stuff that I made up for dinner the other night, and then I've got to eat that before it goes bad. And I'm just having leftovers tonight. And then last night, Steph made this awesome pasta stuff that I stole from her. So I've got some of that left in there. I'll have the rest of that with my dinner. And I'll steal her oatmeal. But yes, I eat oatmeal every night. Every single night I'll have 2 packs of oatmeal. Sometimes I'll have a second bowl. It's my favorite late night kind of before bed snack. Because it's filling. Right? Or I'll eat it in the morning before I go hunting or something. But then I'm usually eating it at night anyway. Anyway, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue doing this. Right? Now, the other thing you have to pay attention to is your sandpaper doesn't last forever. Okay? Now, this is pine, right? So it's soft. I'll be able to use it longer on this. But if this was something like cherry, oak, something like that, even the 3M paper, like the Cubitron paper, I find that you only get about 5 to 10 minutes of sanding out of it, and then the paper yes, it might have some grit left, but the efficiency of it has drastically dropped. Um, like, especially if you compare it to a piece of new paper. Like, if I've gone twice over this now with one sheet of paper, I bet if I compared that to a brand new sheet, I bet there's a noticeable difference in grit. Just because the ceramic grit breaks, and then you get a new sharp edge, right? So you start with a triangle, right? And then the tip breaks. Now you got 2 points, and then those tips break, and you got 4, and then eventually you're down to, you know, 200 grit paper again. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over this one more time on live, and then we're going to be done woodworking for the night. I don't think it's going to be one more pass till it's done. I think this strip and this strip are going to take probably at least 2 more passes, which means the whole board is going to take at least 2 more passes. So give me a second. Let me sand this one more time, and then we'll hang out for a few minutes and shoot the breeze. All right? Answer any questions you guys got or anything like that. All right, that blew a lot of dust into the shop. Hopefully that fan picks it up. Yeah, I'm gonna need at least one more pass over this, possibly two. But you can see already how much better it's become. And it's time for me to change that paper. But you can see like this. Remember there was this big piece here that was not flat. There was a bunch of glue and pencil marks. Well, now there is a very faint bit of glue here, and there's a piece of glue here. That's it. The rest of this is great. All right. Now, knots are harder than surrounding wood. So you're going to either have to work them down or deal with them being a little bigger, right? This section here, we're down to just this piece here now. From my finger to my pencil. That's it. There's a light, it's a darker glue line, but it's only really dark in this area. And then it's much lighter here and gone over here. And there's a couple of light pencil marks. And that's it. This whole line is done with the exception of one light pencil mark right here that I can see. This whole section is done. All of this is done with the exception of one light pencil mark right here that I can see. So that's telling me that this is getting to be fairly flat, right? It's not perfect. By no means is it perfect. You're gonna have some, you're gonna feel some waves, right? But it should be consistent. It shouldn't be like here where there's a noticeable big drop and then a rise and a drop, right? But and then we got the knots here. They're gonna be, you know, kind of a little bump going over. But for the most part, it should be, you shouldn't be able to tell where the joints are, right? You should just skip right over it. Like here, you know there's a joint there. I don't even have to look at it. I can feel that joint. Over here, if I ran down this edge without touching any of the knots, I can't tell where a joint is. Except for when I hit the outside edge and I can feel it being offset. Same on this side. I can't tell where a joint is. I can tell there's a knot right here. But I can't tell where there's a joint at. Right? That's what you want. You don't want it. And now that, like I said, you don't need anything fancy to do that. Right? Will it be perfect? God, no. Oh. But it'll be better than no sanding at all. Right? Hey, Billigrins, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Sunshine and lollipops? Oh, yeah. Hey, I mean, you guys seen that? That was what, 3 times that I sanded that? And I did a little scraping beforehand. Like, it doesn't take much. I didn't use any fancy tools. I used a random orbital sander and some sandpaper, some 80 grit paper, and a carpenter's pencil that I'm pretty sure you can get for like a nickel. Right? Like, that's, and that any of my larger projects, that is typically how I will surface it. Yeah, elbow grease isn't sold in stores, that's for sure. Now, when I have really big, like, slabs, I won't flatten them like this, right? I'll take them to the lumber mill. They have a planer that can take up to 48 inches, I think, wide. I think it's 48 inches. And I will give them a few dollars, and they will plane it, and I will come back, and then I will sand, right? Yeah, carpenter pencils are nice. And they're universal, right? That thin edge is a 1/4 inch. That thick edge is a 1/2 inch. There's a quick measurement. You need a 1/4 inch gap. There you go. There's your 1/4 inch. Stick this in there in between your two boards or whatever you're doing. There's a 1/4 inch gap. Used all the Band-Aids. Yeah, I like carpenter pencils, but Janelle, that is it sounds like that kitten really needed fed. Now, when I'm doing fine marking, like I don't use a carpenter pencil. I'll sharpen this one, my little like fake Pico pencil. I'll get a nice sharp tip on that, or I'll use a mechanical pencil with a what is that, the 0.5 lead. But for general, quick, easy markings, this is the two pencils I use the most. In fact, I've got a drawer with... there used to be more. There was a bunch of them in here, but there's a tube of them. And maybe I have more downstairs. I know I have a box of them, a full-on box. I picked up from I want to say I picked it up from like either Lowe's or maybe even Walmart, maybe Harbor Freight. I don't know, but it was a box of them, right? They were all individuals. Like, but they're so useful. Even if you're not going to use it to sharpen it, you just want to use it as a spacer for a 1/4 inch or a 1/2 inch, right? Super useful. And I think that is universal. I think there's only one company that really makes carpenter pencils. Just everybody else buys it. But let's double check here. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a 1/2 inch. It's 5/8 of an inch wide. I'm sorry. I apologize. But it is a 1/4 inch. That's 1/4. And then that is 5/8. I apologize. I thought it was a 1/2 inch. Man. Hang on. Let me check one of my other ones. I want to make sure this isn't a brand thing. I always thought they were a 1/2 inch. How's this open? No. All right. Well, I can tell you this. Don't use the Hart ones for measurement. They're neither a 1/4 inch nor a 1/2 inch or 5/8. They are significantly smaller. That is severely disappointing. 5/8 by a 1/4 inch. Of course it is. It's the same color, the same one I was just looking at. All right, so now I'm going to conduct an experiment, and I'm going to buy every carpenter pencil brand that I can get my mitts on. Metric? Yeah, maybe. I'm going to buy every carpenter pencil brand that I can get my mitts on, and I'm going to see how universal they are. Because I have spent, I don't know where I heard it. I had to hear it somewhere when I was younger. Right? Make wood pencils great again. Give me my standard 1/4 inch by 1/2 inch pencil. What do I need a 5/8 for? Ain't nobody ever using a 5/8. Although I guess it's a 1/4 inch wide, so two of them will be a 1/2 inch. So if I need a 1/2 inch, then I can do that. At least I know that the Lowe's pencils are a 1/4 inch wide, 5/8 thick, or vice versa. Or at least this version of them. Great pencil video. Well, I'm off Monday and Tuesday, and I'm going to be doing some videos. That's going to be my plan for Monday and Tuesday. I got to go move my toolbox, but that'll be my plan. Will I go track down pencils? Probably not. What I'll probably do is I'll probably order a bunch online and just have them shipped to me. Right? My pen. I will make some pencils. I will make them a universal size. Somebody out there can make me the pencil that's proper. Man. I gotta be honest, I've never been more disappointed in my life than when I pulled out that tape measure for this. Which I'm sure pulling out a tape measure disappoints a lot of people, but oh, where's Sergeant Grass? He would have loved that. Yeah, right? So, anyway, you guys can see that sanding can take some time, right? And this is pine. It doesn't take much to sand pine. But I'm at this point here, and I came from basically this, right? See how gross and rough that is and how terrible it is? How nice and pretty, smooth this one is. Now, what you don't want to do is you don't want to take it all the way up to your final sanding, right? You're not going to sand it anymore. It's as high as the grit you're going to go. And then trim it, run the router around it, whatever, because anything you do to it is going to leave marks. So what I do is I'll take it up and I'll do all my cutting to size, all my trim router work. And then I will do my final sand at the last grit that I'm going to sand at. And if I'm using a water-based finish, I'll do a water pop on it. Water pop is you just take a spray bottle with water in it, just spray the board down. You don't want to soak it. You just want to get it a little bit damp, right? Just a little bit wet, and it makes the fibers kind of stand up, and then you can run. When it dries, you can run over that with the sander. Just a light, quick pass. It makes it feel kind of buttery smooth. I do that on my cutting boards because they get exposed to water. Yeah, Grass. If you watch it on replay, how you doing? Well, shit. I don't know. I think it's about all I got. The only other project that I have some laser work that I got to get done. But I've got two business projects to do that are kind of filler jobs. Other than that, I'm going to have to start, if I don't get that lumber soon, I'm going to have to start bumping jobs up. Really kind of hoping that I hope that phone call today was about the lumber. I ordered cherry. I can't remember what all I ordered. I know I ordered cherry. Which I'm low on cherry anyway, so Like, I've only got one cherry board over here. It's right there. I usually have at least 50 board feet of it. Because I use cherry a lot. But I ordered restock cherry, and I ordered extra for the bassinet build we're going to do on live stream every day until it's done. I'll come home from work, from the day job, and we'll work for a few hours. And then on the weekends, we'll work on that. Maybe we won't do any of these stupid little builds like I got going on here now. We won't be doing any of that. We'll just be working. Every live will be the bassinet project till it's done. Walnut, I don't know if I ordered walnut or not. I can't remember. I don't use a whole lot of walnut, black walnut anyway, and that's what this whole shelf is here. I'm going to use some walnut. You know what? Maybe I might have ordered maple. I can't remember. And I don't get like an order slip. Like, I just text them or call them or go in there and tell them, hey, I need this. And she writes it down and then says, I'll let you know when it's ready. I can't remember. And then I have a standing order for purple poplar. Trying to find some Tupelo. Tupelo. What's the proper way to pronounce that? I've always said Tupelo. But I'm sure somebody enunciates it better. I'm not even sure if that was a typo. You might have punched in something totally different, or meant something totally different. Tube Ello. I say Tupelo. Like if anybody's like a Star Trek fan, like the Star Trek and that show that they've got out now, I think it's out now. There's the one character's name is T'Pol, so I just always assumed it was similar. You think it's the other way? Tupelo? Tupelo? Meh. There's nobody around here that has it that I know of. So I don't have to say it to anybody. I'd have to order it online anyway. Did you type it into the Googles and get a pronunciation? Really? I know some places will have it, although then again, maybe it's my fault for looking at it specifically, but I don't think Tupelo and basswood are the same. I think they're similar. They're probably interchangeable. But I always thought they were two different species. Now, just because I'm a woodworker doesn't mean I know everything about wood. All right, there's a lot that I don't know. I learn new stuff every time I turn on the internet. Yeah, they're very soft, very tight grain. In my experience, they don't like rip off chunks. Like when you if you know you got the, let's use this for example, right? So you got the grain, you can see that it comes from nothing to across, right? So if you were carving this way and that knife kind of wanted to follow that grain line, you'd end up blowing off a huge chunk of it. But basswood, Tupelo, those kinds of things, they have a much better grain. They don't typically follow that and blow off chunks. Typically. I mean, you can still mess it up, but yeah, Turner, I wouldn't order wood chunks on Amazon. I'll send you I'll look at a couple of my online suppliers and I'll see if any of them have basswood. And if they do, I'll send you a link. Because when you order wood on Amazon, you're basically getting flea market stuff, right? That's how I look at Amazon as like a flea market, right? So a little bit of everything. It might be good, it might be junk. It depends on who's selling it, I suppose. But if you've got some junk wood and you want to sell it off, you'd throw it in a box and put it on Amazon as a carving kit or something. Whereas if you call a lumber yard or a wood supplier, then they're typically selling stuff to people, you know, in this profession, where if you're getting junk wood, you're probably never going to order from them ever again. And you're probably paying a premium on Amazon. Like I'll look into it. I'll see what I can dig you up. Maybe I'll just order you a couple of boards and have them shipped to your house. You paid $20 for that box? Yeah, you're definitely paying a premium. You're definitely paying a premium. Though, to be fair, I paid $45 for this. $45 chunk of black walnut slab. Why was it that much? I have no idea. But why did I need it? I have no idea. But I seen it and I said that's pretty and I like it and I want it. Yeah, I'm sure I could turn this into a well over $45. In fact, I could just do like what the internet does now, and I mean this is already, I'm gonna say 8/4 thick, maybe 7/4 because it's been sanded. I could just round over the two ends and go, here's a cutting board, $400. Black walnut live edge. But it is really pretty. I like it. Even if I don't, I mean I probably won't use it as a live edge piece. I'll probably end up cutting pieces out of it. But it's a nice piece of wood. I mean I'll definitely get my money back out of it, but that thing also weighs probably... Hey, Nicole, how you doing? That thing probably also weighs... Oh, I don't know. I'd probably say it's about 10 pounds. That's a heavy piece of wood. How you been, Nicole? How's the shop going? You don't hate that idea? Oh, the rounding it over and calling it a cutting board? Yeah, there's a lot of people that do that kind of thing. Like here's your just a board. Make it into a side table. I don't think it's big enough for that. I really don't think it's big enough for that. Now, Janelle, don't get me wrong, that that board thing that I was talking about, like just here's a board. I do have people that want that kind of thing from me, but they typically, they're not using it as a cutting board. They're using it more as like a serving tray or a flight tray, something like that. Not a single outlet works. Oh, Lord. Ooh, that's rough. Sorry to hear that, Nicole. Yeah, I don't know. It might be big enough for a small side table. Let me see. What's its overall dimensions now? So, lengthwise, I'd probably be looking at about 20 inches, right? Once I got it cut down to size, you know, get that rough cut edge off, maybe pretty up the ends a little bit. Width-wise, it's sitting between 17 and 18 inches, depending on where you measure it. So, that's not a terrible size for an end table. Or a side table, I guess. The occasional table. I mean, I guess I could see a use for it. You know, you got like a reading nook. You don't need something, you know, this big, right, necessarily. You just want a little table you can kind of tuck into a corner next to a chair. Be a lamp and a book on it. That's actually not a half bad idea. You know, I've been wanting to do some power carving. So I think maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll do that. I will Alright, so what if I did this? What if I glue up a pillar, we'll call it, of something like maple and black walnut. Just strips of it. Glue it up into a block, right? And I power carve that. I power carve that down from, let's say we taper it, right? We taper it out of the bottom of it, taper it down, and then flare it out. I could probably make a cool little pedestal table out of it. Live edge chests for the end of the bed. I made one of those. I made one. I used a cherry slab for the top. Kept the live edge on it. That I made for an older woman who she's unfortunately passed away now, but one of her kids has it, And I only know that because I had to repair the lid because they broke the lid off of it when they were moving it. A tulip table? I'm not sure what a tulip table is. Is that the ones where they have like just that pedestal? That one single pole in the middle? And then a top on it? Yeah, I lined that one that I did with cedar. Although I didn't use cedar fence pickets like I got all over the shop here. That I actually there was a place where I could get cedar planks in like 2 foot squares, I believe. And they were just like cedar little glue ups. And I use those to line it. Wow, Nicole. Yeah, I'd offer to give you a hand, but that's a long drive. Something more Noguchi or Craftsman style with a shelf below it. I could do that. I could do that. I know they have more pieces like this. Yeah, good. Definitely film it, Nicole. Do it. A lot of you guys are way better at doing the YouTube thing than I am. I definitely encourage everyone to do it. I unfortunately don't have the time. It takes me a long time to edit videos, but I try when I can. You know what? You know what, Janelle? They have other pieces like that. Some are bigger, some are smaller. That was the nicest one that I thought I could utilize. There are some that have a better grain pattern, like a more kind of crazy grain. I might have to do some epoxy work on them. But maybe I'll do my carved table thing out of that. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll turn that into a live edge table. Or a little end nook table thing. It's not a half bad idea. It's definitely not. Yes, sir, Coffee. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, that's not a half bad idea. I appreciate that information, or those tips, guys. And that will be really pretty when you put some finish on it. I gotta be honest, I love the way black walnut looks. It's just a very overdone wood, in my opinion. But it's definitely it's a pretty wood. But I can come up with something. I made, well, we're just winding down now, but there's the top of that little, those little build a country farmhouse table out of 2x4s and stuff videos that everybody has. How's the battery doing? I got you plugged in. Yeah, I'm at 100%. So that's what I was building, and I got the frame over here. It's painted, just sitting there drying. I'm going to take some of this barnwood right there, that reclaimed barnwood. I'm gonna build that bottom shelf of it. I'll probably work on that tomorrow. Maybe I'll pop up an early live tomorrow before the noon thing, because I don't have any like real production work to do right now. I pushed everything off because I messed up my lumber order sequence. I was planning to be doing other work now. Like, you guys know it. You guys know the story. I've been telling y'all forever now. Or at least a week. So maybe I'll pop up an early live tomorrow and we'll finish that table up. I won't bore you guys with the sanding of this. You know, I'll do that off camera. Could you butt up 2 and make a bigger table? 2 of, what, these? Or 2 of those, like, walnut slab things over there? I mean, the slab thing, you could probably do... You could probably make 2, like, end tables. And then push them together to make them into one coffee table. But, so the end tables are typically higher than a coffee table, right? At least in my house, the end tables are higher. Although I did build my coffee table, so maybe I messed that up. But I guess nothing says that you can't. You could have a taller coffee table or shorter end table, or find a happy medium. You know, somewhere. If the distance is 6 inches, cut it in half. You know, make it 3 inches, so it's kind of universal. Be a little taller than a coffee table and a little shorter than an end table. I mean, or you could just do it as one. You know, just here's a coffee table and, you know, put 2 slabs on it as the top. Maybe some epoxy work or something to make it look like one piece. But yeah, Janelle, people do work from the couch quite a bit. You could. I'm going to give that some thought. Because I don't really see why you couldn't split the difference between a coffee table and an end table. Make it more of a utilitarian table. And just build 2 end tables and have them so you can put it together and use it as a coffee table. Or a sofa table, or whatever. An artist table. So, I have, we're speaking of artist choice, it triggered the old squirrel brain here. Yeah, Nicole, it's cold here this week too, and windy it was earlier. I actually had to turn the heater back on, which I'll have to go get more fuel, but so I'm the artist choice thing triggered the old squirrel brain into, you know, how to sell things. So there is 2 basic camps when it comes to selling crafts, right? You got woodwork, the only thing I have experience with, but I guess it could apply to paintings or anything else, right? If you don't have orders, pay back for all that tea. If you don't have orders, right? Like I have to be in the shop. I have to do something, even if I'm not doing something for a customer. I've got to be doing something. It's how I keep the skills going and how I keep learning new things, right? And in that process, you know, I might build Christmas trees, right? Stupid little, you guys seen them, right? Or I might build those goofy planter boxes that I was toying with here, right? Just something. But these kinds of things, I don't really market. Okay, I don't post them on Marketplace, or you know, I don't have an Etsy shop. Yeah, those little stars came out pretty great. I'm not mad at them at all. I also really like the idea of selling them unfinished so that people can decorate them how they want. In fact, I don't think I sold a single one that was finished. I didn't paint them, I didn't seal them, I didn't nothing. People just either they used them raw or they painted them and sent me pictures. They were really cool. But like planter boxes and stuff, I don't advertise those little projects. Okay, so like most of my business is word of mouth, really. So any of the like I don't have orders, so I'm just gonna build something kind of things are labors of love, right? Really, it's that they just building something to build something. Like this stupid little end table thing that I'm working on now. I'm just building it to build it. I'm not building it for anybody or for any particular purpose. I mean, I guess I'm going to give it to Steph if it works out, but I see a lot of people who are, I'm guessing they're trying to get into woodworking, and they're going, hey, I made 50 of these planter boxes that I seen on YouTube that, you know, and now I can't get anybody to buy one. You know, like where do you where do you recommend selling things, or what's some ideas for projects that sell, you know, that kind of thing. And these posts pop up every day. And I think that the labor of love projects are the ones that sell the best. Like, sure, it's good, you know, if I was known for, you know, little decorations like this, then I would make a bunch of this stuff and I would have it sitting around. But these little things, these are just kind of like one-off things. Like, I sold a bunch of them last year for, you know, around Christmas. Will I make some next year? Probably not. I mean, if people ask for them, I'll make them some. But I'm not going to make a bunch of them and just have them sitting in a corner somewhere. But most of my projects that have started out as a labor of love, you know, I want to get in the shop and I need to build something so that I can keep learning. A lot of those projects have turned into sales. Like, that particular project got sold to somebody. I don't think that I've ever made like inventory. Like Turner, he sells baits. That's his thing. So he has inventory of it. Right? I don't think woodworking is the same way. Sergeant Grass, there you are. Been looking for you, buddy. Like, I sell a lot of cutting boards, right? So on occasion I'll just batch out a whole bunch of boards. And that way I have some, you know, stock. They're mostly finished. They won't take that long to get shipped out. But I think, and in painting too, like I think there's a lot of crafts where the labor of love leads to a sale more so than, you know, hey, the internet says these are really popular right now. I'm going to make 1,000,000 of them, and then I'm going to retire tomorrow. Because this is what the internet says will make me $1,000,000 in a weekend. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that makes any sense, but if you're making stuff with the intention of selling it, your only motivation is bank account related. I don't know if you can be as successful to start out as you can by selling labors of love. Like, I know there's artists in here. Janelle's one. Like, if she just seen online that this particular landscape painting sold a bunch, this style of painting, I guess, not one painting, but this style sold a bunch, and she just made a bunch of those with the intentions of selling them, I don't think that they would be as good as, I made this one painting. This is the only painting like it. Yes, I can make more if I need to, but this is the only one right now. Like, I think those kinds of projects sell better than bulk, because none of us can compete with factories. Oh Lord, Sergeant Grass. Oh good Lord, I am so sorry for you. She is she's a character. Oh, and Steph. Oh, good Lord. I am so sorry for you, Grass. I am so sorry. Your life will never be the same. Beef up the coffee tables and sell them as plant stands? Yeah, their humor matches my humor, so that's why we get along so well. So, yeah, your humor matches my humor pretty well. I think you guys will get along great. I do. They are characters, though. Plant stand coffee table, huh? Coffee cup table. I have a bay window in my house. And, not a bay window. I have a picture window in my front of my living room. And I've been thinking about building a plant stand to put there, because I do like the occasional plant, right? Mostly like peace plants, the peace lilies. Because it's really hard to kill those. I can kill pretty much everything, but I haven't managed to kill this peace lily in 5 years. And I forgot to water it for like a month once. Nicole, my fire pit that I have on my porch, the propane fire pit, that's got tiling around it, and I think that looks really nice. Go biblical on it, salt the earth. Yeah, that I don't know if that would kill a peace lily. Them things are. I'm assuming that's what we're talking about. Them things appear to be indestructible. Which is, I mean, which is good for me because squirrel. But yeah, I I don't know. I don't know. I'm looking at the Christmas tree thing up here, and I'm still thinking about how business works. Nicole, so my advice for you for like lining your driveway with stuff is be different. If you see it on Marketplace, like somebody's making it local to you, don't even bother competing. Just make it better. Use better materials, better construction, a better design, something that makes it yours. That's what I would suggest doing. And then use those products to put out for advertising. Unless you were talking about like lining your driveway with like planter boxes or something. And then maybe we're talking about two different things. Which is entirely possible. Because squirrel. Yeah, I think I'll do that though. I think I'll go live early tomorrow. I'll just do a random pop-up live. I'll probably be horizontal. Maybe. Maybe I'll do a vertical one. I'll come out, I'll work on this top, get that sanded down, and then... Oh, nice, Nicole. Damn, you got it made. Start pumping out some planter boxes. I'll, if I think about it, I'll snap a picture of the planter box style that I make. Usually. I have two of them out front of my house right now. They're a little weathered because they've been out all winter, but I'll snap a picture of it and send it to you. I think that style with the slats is way better than the solid, you know, two fence pickets stuck together style. It seems more sophisticated, I guess. Which apparently, in my area at least, is what women want. They want things that look upscale without an upscale price tag. Janelle, I think peace lilies are, they have a whole bunch of in-home benefits, don't they? Don't they purify the air? I don't remember the list of things that they're supposed to do for you. And they're easy to propagate. You just split them like a hosta. You just split them, put a group in a new pot. Now you've got two of them. Which I need to do to mine because I got this big pot. And it's full. Like, I keep having to pull off dead leaves because of, I think because it's ran out of room. The new ones are killing off the old ones. And they take next to like, they grow great with next to no natural light. Steph. Speaking of hostas. Oh, that's right. You want yours split, don't you? I think I'm gonna have to look. I'm not sure when you split hosses, but I think you do it when they're up. Yeah, I need to split mine so I can line the drive. I'm probably gonna steal some of yours. If I'm doing the work, I'm stealing some. Damn it. Cause I'm trying to line my driveway next to my house with them, and the cool ones that I bought, they died off because there's a roof overhang there, and the rain doesn't tend to swing back in and hit the house. How you put wood in this vise? I don't know. I don't know what vise you're using. Could be some brownies in it for you. I do like brownies. Yeah, Turner, you're gonna have to show me that vise tonight. I don't. I don't use a vise for woodworking. Oh, little mini planters. Nice. I've got a bunch of these pots. I don't know where they came from. That one was filled with sawdust. But I got a bunch of these little pots, right? And they have a base. There's no holes. It's got like a tray down here. I wonder if I bought these at some point. But I thought about doing little planter boxes to put these in because, let's be honest, that's boring. That looks boring. But when you put it in like a little planter box, that could look pretty cool. Or some sort of decorative box. Doesn't have to be a planter. But I've got a bunch of these, and this is what I was thinking about splitting the hostas into, or not hostas, but the peace lily, and setting them by that picture window. But I got a bunch of them up there. I think I have more in the house. Like I said, I don't know where I got them. I wonder if I bought them for a project. Everyone has a porch and they like to line the porch ledges with plants. Nice. It sounds like you got a nice market there. Especially if people's, like some porches have, like the railing is here, but then the porch continues out for like 6 inches before it drops off. That would be a perfect place to build a long box for. Maybe, 20 inches long, 2 feet long. Make them in different styles. Something you can put those long plastic planters in. The long, kind of narrow ones. Or even a bunch of those little ones like I just showed you. That was a 6-inch. A 6-inch pot. Could work. Yeah, so... Oh, that's unfortunate, Michael. I actually have one of his grills. Actually, I think I bought it when he was selling it on TV. So, Nicole, it sounds like... I mean, I would poke around on Marketplace to make sure. But it sounds like doing something like planter boxes in your area would actually be lucrative. Like doing planter boxes in my area is not. It's not. So my only suggestion, and I can only speak from my experience, is using regular lumber for a planter box. If it's not going to be painted, doesn't seem to have the same, I don't know, wow factor, I guess, as building one out of like cedar, like these cedar fence pickets here. That the cedar looks, it looks good. It's good looking. It's a good looking product, and you can stain it. You know, you get any kind of a like Cabot's Mystery Oil or Australian Timber Oil, any of that tinted stuff, and you can color it even. And it's got natural rot resistance, which is beneficial. And it's cheap if you're doing pickets. At least in my area, those pickets cost about $4. Hey, Sean. Hey, no problem. I'm happy to help people out as often as I can. Shop completely lost power and the roof is leaking. Well, my guess would be you should probably figure out why the roof is leaking and fix that. And then figure out where your power loss is. Yeah, I get that, Nicole. Yeah, I definitely get that. I mean, I do the same thing. I try to make a project pay for itself. Yeah, I mean that too, Nokia. If you've got insurance on it, you might want to call an agent. I can tell you from experience, if you ignore it, it will cost you a lot more money. The roof is Swiss cheese. I have, my roof will leak on occasion. So my roof peak, the main roof, right, runs this way. And the wind blows this way. So when you get a driving rain, under the vent cap, the ridge vent, when they, it doesn't leak now, but it used to. They never put that like mesh stuff underneath the ridge cap to stop the water from just shooting right up in there and coming down inside. So the first real storm I had here in spring, the whole ridge cap or ridge vent was just water running in. This is all driving rain, drove right in, up underneath that, right inside the house. I trashed my ceiling and the whole upstairs. And the upstairs of my house is plaster and laths, so it does a significant amount of damage. Yeah, Nokia, I mean, your tools are safe, that's important, but if it doesn't have power and it's because of the water, then it could very well turn into a fire. Like the power thing would have me worried. Yeah, Nicole, some people just don't care. I have those people around me right now. Sounds like your laundry room. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I get it. It's her house, but... Laundry room roof. That laundry room needs to be rebuilt. That laundry room is... It hurts my back thinking about the amount of work that I'm going to have to put into that. I mean, if... I'm assuming you've got a breaker, but if not, if it's just hardwired into the garage, you know, like you tagged off an outlet, if that outlet still works and the outlet in the shop doesn't work, then I would assume that there is a break in that wire somewhere, however you have it ran. Whether it's buried or overhead or whatever. Or it could just be simple, like the outlet's bad. But yeah, Nicole, some people don't care. They have the house and that's all they care about. They don't want to do any of the work. Like a house is a lot of maintenance. And if you don't do the maintenance, you don't have a house very long. You end up with, like, some of these people in town here with me, they got rundown houses that look like they're being held together with hopes and prayers. But they've got a 2025, you know, something or other in the driveway, because that's where their priorities lie. I mean, you can't fix them all. Sometimes you just got to wait for the house to come on the market and buy it. And then knock it down. And have a bigger yard. I mean, I don't have any of those people, like, next door to me. But... $5 weeks after you moved in? Oh, Lord. I've been lucky so far. Right? I haven't had any real major issues with the house since I bought it. I mean, I've had the basement flooded. The basement flooded twice. 3 times. It flooded 3 times to where there was a significant amount of water in the basement. The first time was because the sump pump burned up, and I didn't know it. The second time was during a power outage, so the sump pump didn't work. So I took care of that. I got a new sump pump and a battery backup pump, right? Just in case. And then the third time was this year. I turned off the wrong breaker, and that breaker that I turned off was the sump pump breaker. It's on its own break. Well, the sump pump in my game room, I guess, are on the same breaker. But I turned off the wrong breaker when I was doing something else, and I never turned it back on. And we got a bunch of rain. And then the battery backup pump died because it can only work for so long. And that water just flooded out the basement. But, like, I know the basement has the potential to flood, so if nothing down there can, like, rot or anything like that. It's all the plastic drywall stuff. You know, things are up off the floor, you know, so it doesn't cause a lot of damage. It's just a big mess to clean up. But every one of them times, I have made steps to improve it. And those are the only big things really that happen. I mean, aside from, like, appliances quit working, the furnace doesn't work, you know, water heater decides it's going to blow that overflow thing. Wires above ground. It does build a wooden box around it. Yeah, that's entirely possible. Yeah, if the GFCI is popping, then that's what? That's detecting a short circuit. Right? Or a short to ground. I think it's detecting a short to ground and it'll pop. So that means that there's something shorting out somewhere. But it's good that you've got protection in line to at least prevent it from bursting into flames. Like I wouldn't, or the GFCI is faulty. Like that's possible, or it could be doing its job. I can't remember. I think GFCI is detecting a short to ground, and it'll trigger the little breaker thing. Don't quote me on that. You might have to Google that one, but I think it's a short to ground. Your breaker should detect the short together, and below that, it should pop the breaker. No problem, Nokia. I mean, I hope it helps you. Yeah, that makes sense, you know. Ground fault circuit interrupter. Or whatever it is. Yeah, that makes sense. So it should be detecting a short to ground. You know, like if you grabbed a hold of it or threw a toaster in the bathtub or something goofy, it should trigger the... Steph, autocorrect hates me every day. Welcome to the party. And it is misspelled shit so often now that it thinks that's the right way to spell it. There are times where I will type something in and I will type it in correctly, and then I have to keep changing it because it decides that the wrong way that it has said forever is the proper way. And I have to click the little stupid check mark when I finally get it typed in proper. Still have knob and tube in use? Oh, Lord. I mean, knob and tube was a good... I don't want to say it was good, but it was a good wiring system. I mean, your wires were separated. They really couldn't contact each other. The insulation was garbage. You know, that like tar paper. But, or asphalt paper, whatever it was they covered it with. But, like my house had knob and tube in it at one point. It's just the insulators are still there, like the ceramic tube going through the floor joists in the basement. It's not there now, but... Hey, Mason. Oh, is Turner alive? Oh, shit, I didn't realize he popped up. Alright. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I'll be hopping over there shortly. But on that note, I didn't realize it was 7:30, guys. I've kept you guys for way too long tonight. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I'll pop up a live tomorrow morning. We'll work on this little end table thing. We'll see what the group think is with it, and see if the colors work together like I think they do. So, alright guys, thank you very much for hanging out with me tonight. We'll chat with you later.